Hey! Hey! Was good. How long has Aiko had this intro? I haven't seen it yet. Oh no, he hasn't seen the whole thing, the whole shebang. Oh, I need some music. Yeah, it's been changing this is the 4th one, so it's actually been 4 weeks. There's been 4 weeks of 4 different intros. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Come on. Where's my audio? I can't hear it. Nice. Yeah, crazy you haven't seen it yet. That means, yeah, you haven't seen 4 weeks of the intros. Go watch all the VODs. You just go to the secret YouTube channel. When are we gonna co-op Slay the Spire 2? Probably never. Yeah. Yeah, probably just honestly never. I can't even believe you would suggest something like that. That's crazy. We don't play games together anymore, Juvi. That's long past us now. You crazy? So I thought, yeah. It's just kind of how, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. Such is life. Aiko is now a part of Adult Swim. Okay, let's not false advertise. I'm not trying to get sued. Why he? No. No. What the? Damn it, this thing's going too fast. Snowblade, I am almost done with the Scratch game. I just need to buy all of the prestige awards. Upgrades. Almost there. Takes a while. You can only get 2,000, like, 100 prestige points per run. Pisses me off. Alright? It pisses me off. Hey, Juice Sour! Kinda wanna listen to a different mix. We've listened to this a lot. Let's do this one. Yeah. Where'd it go? Play this one. Yeah. There you go. Bro. Bro. Why he's bro? $5 has brought you this much enjoyment? Yeah. Never do this ever again. For sure. Yeah, this should be bannable. The healing is not as rewarding as the hurting. This is true. This is true. The person you become from the pain is far more powerful. Yes. Did she make that emote yet? No. No, she didn't. She ain't not done it yet. She's been a bit occupied. She's been very occupied. Oh, is that a medic voice line? I don't remember any of the voice lines from TF2. TF2. Except for medic. But I feel like that's a very obvious one. And does he also say, I'm powerful? No, I don't think he says that. I don't remember. It's been years. Years, I tell ya. Oh, wait. I also remember Feuer, Feuer! Oop, up, oop! Oh, that's right. He goes, I am Bullet. Yeah, I remember. Sort of remember. I'm spamming these booster packs. I mostly played Pyro. That sounds so right, though. There's something Heavy says that involves powerful. I know there's something, but I can't remember. Can't remember any voice lines for Pyro. Pyro had like maybe 3 whole voice lines, didn't he? Maybe I'm wrong. Put dispenser here. I was playing TF2 yesterday. I haven't played TF2. Wonder how long it's been actually. Let's look. Team Fortress 2. Last played. It says November of 2020. I actually disagree. There's no way. No, I was sniper and scout. Mostly sniper. Obviously, there were instances where sniper was just not the right choice, and I played scout. I remember trying to play spy, but I was not very good at spy. Trust me, I'm an engineer. Yeah, yeah, of course you use Pyro and Engie. I would expect nothing less. I would have been more concerned if you told me you weren't any of those. Trust me, I'm an engineer. I remember my main was something I don't remember playing. I'm checking. Was it Spy? Heavy? Scout? Bombardier? Scout? Sniper? Medic! Good old TF2. Good old TF2. What if I just randomly one day make it a community Wednesday and we do MVM? It's time for you to play TF2? Hell no. I am not good at shooter video games, and I will not be showing a disgustingly poor display of that video game. Or any shooter on this channel. Marble Bibles, huh? I will not be playing Marble Bibles, okay? Hey, Chewie, good night, man. We do not play shooters here. I was thinking of spy, second to engineer. Yeah, I was not a very good spy. I don't know why. I just wasn't. You don't have to shoot. I'm not playing Engie, okay? Man, this burger I had for lunch. Very good burger. Damn, I'm jealous. I want a burger. Iron Fist or Daredevil? Oh, for rivals? Yeah, no. No. I don't think I can get into those games anymore. It's funny I say all this, but I've been playing Tom Clancy's The Division 2. Granted, not gonna stream it. I miss Overwatch. The sad, painful truth. I miss Overwatch. When it was good. At least my definition of good. I miss that Overwatch. Good times. Good times. I mean, when they did Overwatch 2, it was okay. I enjoyed it. Basically up until, like, they changed Doomfist or something. They did something to Doomfist that just ruined the game all over again. Doomfist was the hero that ruined the game for me the first time around, and he did it a second time. It said Pyro was my main and Soldier was second, even though I mained Solly and played Pyro when I'd turn my brain off. Then everything else was like 1% of how much I played Solly and Pyro, even though I played a decent bit of everything. But I think is TF2 outlived Overwatch 2 times. Let's not be too sure about that. It's not... I'm pretty sure both games are extremely botted. I mean, I know, like, Valve did something to, like, lower the amount of bots, but you can never fully get rid of bots. Although, I guess TF2's been around for way longer. You know, actually, if we did go by your logic, though, TF2 outlived Overwatch 3 times now, because Overwatch 1, Overwatch 2, and then they decided, you know what, the hell with it, we're just going to call it Overwatch again, and we're going to undo all the changes that we did for Overwatch 2 and just make it Overwatch 1 again. It's back to 6v6, like... Sent a picture of burger, but it wasn't my burger, it's the burgers they make. Yeah, well, I'm not going to look at them, because I'm going to be hungry, and I don't want to be freaking hungry. Okay. That's even better. It is quite comedic that they really went ahead and did that 3 times. Title change, add a number, remove number, change everything about the game twice, 3 times. It was more like they reverted it, but I mean, you still have Kiriko in there. Apparently, Kiriko now has the most skins in Overwatch. Summoner's Rift. I will not be playing League of Legends. I assure you. I wonder if it's technically 4. I mean, I'm just going off of, like, when the game, quote-unquote, died. So, Overwatch. The problem is, we can't say it died because people continuously played it. If it died, they would have shut down the servers. So even though they've made these major changes, Overwatch 2 brought back in, like, a large amount of players. And then it, like, slowed down. And then they did what they did now. But the game has always had a pretty decent player base, surprisingly. I think most of the people who stopped enjoying Overwatch probably just went to Valorant. I'm being honest. If there's one video game I cannot stand to see, it's Valorant. I like... I hope none of my favorite streamers ever play Valorant. I would be depressed. TF2 lasted 4 lifetimes of Overwatch. Pre-Overwatch, OG Overwatch, Overwatch 2, and Overwatch 1 again. Now, what do we consider lifetimes? Just the fact that it changed? I will not play Valorant. Yeah, the game's not good. I mean, it's dating simulator. It's just like Dead by Daylight. No offense to Dead by Daylight players. But Dead by Daylight, Valorant, Stardew Valley are video games you play with the person you want to date. That has been the staple internet culture since probably like the 2010s or whatever. I don't know. It's been that way. Honestly, since COVID, that's when it really started to pop off. Honestly, don't know why people still play TF2. They're barely giving any updates. Yeah, I'm one of those people. Hey, you enjoy the game. That's all that matters. You enjoy the game. Hey, 45 stream streak. And earlier we had Juice of Sour's 20 and Mr. Juvi's 35. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the freaking stream streaks. That's crazy. Play the tutorials like heck no. What, for Valorant? Are you and Peter still together? Peter. '86? You're on an 86 streak? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the highest streak is gonna hit 100 soon. Oh my god, it's crazy. No, I need 2 more prestiges. I have to do 4 more playthroughs of this stupid scratch card game. Literally playing a TF2 FNF fan game right now. That's fun. I wish I was that. I mean, you know what? There's a game that I'd be into to that point. If there was like some sort of fan made, it wouldn't make sense at the moment. I don't think. Maybe there are some stuff. Maybe mods. But Voices of the Void is like the video game that I think of when I think I'm in this fandom. I hate that word. I hate fandoms today. I come from the Tumblr era of fandoms, so I know how bad it gets. I don't think the Voices of the Void fandom's that bad, though obviously they all want to bang the aliens. The alien cat girls. I mean, I don't think I was much of an exception when we played. And they fed me in my sleep. Granted, I don't think I want to be fed in my sleep, but yeah. Tomodachi Life. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I can't wait for the release of that game, dude. Tomodachi Life. Reacting any sent? Dude, my Discord, I don't even know where it is. It's minimized somewhere in the parallel universe. RAM memory companies plummeted and are reporting $1 million losses after Google's announcement of the creation of an AI algorithm that reduces memory usage by a factor of 6 and improves speed by a factor of 8. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, corporate. Yes, may it all crash and burn. This is all I've been wanting. This is all I've been wanting for so long. I want to see all of the corpos burn. Yes. RAM prices will be going down. Absolutely. I'm watching it through Discord.
Have a chat
Dude, this is just
about joking it.
What?
Yeah, sure. If someone told you, Guts, I'm going to go joking it, would you join them?
Is this game new?
Absolutely. I love joking it.
I thought you were just kidding. Dude, if this is like exclusive to Switch 2, we're not playing it. Okay, what corpo's dying now? Well, it's more like the RAM. The RAM stuff is dropping because they finally effectively found a way to not make RAM consume, or AI consume so much RAM. Now I can't wait for Grimmy to go live today and talk about it. Oh, in April. Is it Switch 2 exclusive? I'm not getting a Switch 2. I've already said that I think if I get a handheld console, it's either the Steam Deck or the Asus ROG. And in all honesty, I don't know when I would use them. Like, in the group chat when we discussed it, I think the best description of those consoles is they're good for like when you're laying in bed. And maybe when you're like on a plane traveling, but I don't think I would use them for anything else or in any other situations. I like my Steam Deck. When do you use it? I'm curious because I genuinely think if I go on vacation, I don't typically even use my phone. I'll take like a picture or two and then I set my phone aside. So like I wouldn't use the Steam Deck on vacation. I'll use it on vacation in bed or on the couch. Yeah, I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would use it on vacation. Maybe if I'm on a long like car drive or if I'm on a plane. I need a Switch 2 to play the GameCube classic games. Can't you just do that on the normal Switch? That's the thing. There's nothing on the Switch 2 that makes it a viable purchase. I don't think Pokopia is worth the $600 or $700 price of getting the console that just collects dust. Like, you know what? My Switch did have a lengthy time span of being played, but there were so many gaps in between. Like, we played Animal Crossing, and then we played Breath of the Wild, or sorry, Tears of the Kingdom. Did I play? Oh, and the Pokemon games. We played the Pokemon games. For the drive down when Mrs. Snowblade took a nap on vacation or when she played her Switch. I think it's just like different aspects of vacation. Like typically when I'm on a vacation, I really don't even use my phone. What I miss? We talked about the excitement that Google screwed over the RAM industry and they found a way to effectively make RAM a bit more efficient, therefore meaning that RAM prices are going to go down. But all RAM memory companies are plummeting. And you know what? I love to see it. I love to see it. Now, if only Google also plummeted, then I'd really be a happy camper. I would be the happiest camper. I'm saying this not as an AI hater, because I am typically an AI hater, but I am saying this as I want to not be an AI hater, but to get to that point, we need some drastic changes. The normal Switch isn't strong enough to run GameCube games. What? What does that mean? Is Steam Deck even as good as it sounds? Apparently it's really good, but I would argue that you should just get the Asus ROG because you can run Steam games on it and you can run emulators on it and you can run websites. Or you can be PewDiePie and you can have 3 Steam Decks and you can convert 2 of them to run your notepad notes process on your Linux self-created thing that he has. I wouldn't bet on that hard because they'll end up lengthening the context window for all the models so they're better. And where we started and where we were started. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. I do think eventually there will be like way more major benefits that AI can really give us. Right now, it's being used to make weird, shitty memes. That's about it. I mean, not exclusive, but that's all we see. I do think the Steam Deck is worth it. It's just, it depends if you're going to use it as often as you think. Because I thought the Switch would, like, be something I use all the time. And I'm going to be honest, outside of streams, during Animal Crossing, when Animal Crossing was, like, booming. It's about the only time I really used it, so like as frequently as I did. To my mates, we're looking at RAM prices this morning, and everything is still going up. DDR4 and 5. I don't know when this news came out. The thing is, even though this happened, everything else is just gonna go up. I don't think computers themselves and PC parts are gonna drop. As cool as that would be, I would like to build a completely new PC at this point. This is gonna become like either my self-hosted storage or something like that, or I don't know, or it'll become my streaming PC. It's already got everything stored here, so might as well become one, right? I don't even know what mix this is. I have so many of these ambient swim mixes. Cool, dude. So, how'd you like the bumps? Steam Deck is a good replacement if you are somewhat without a PC, like a mate of mine who has 2 work laptops and a shitty laptop for personal use, but for his gaming he needs. What? Let's try this again. For his gaming needs, he has a Steam Deck, and if he misses desktop gaming for his games, he can hook his Steam Deck into his work laptop's external display and desktop game. Huh. That's a good point. Right, the bumps. You should finish Long Drive, and please put me in one. My favorite Linkin Park song is Castle of Glass. Hey, good pick. No, I will not be finishing the Long Drive. Actually, when's April 1st? Wednesday? Interesting. I haven't been planning anything for April Fool's Day. Just because I'm so overwhelmed by everything happening. My classes, my waiting for a call for this job. So I just haven't had the time to even pre-plan. And then most of my free time, aside from when I play The Division, has been to create these bumps. You would think it's fast and easy to make. Like 30 minutes max. No. Sometimes I blank out on ideas and things to say, and I stare blankly. Are you finishing Long Drive on April 1st? It wouldn't really be a prank. But it would be an interesting thing to play on April 1st. If they had a Chaos mod, it would be really cool, actually. I would have done it. I thought about doing something Chaos mod related for April Fool's Day. That's exactly what I expect someone planning something for April Fool's Day to say. We're on to you, bud. Damn it. Soiled again. And I would have gotten away with it too. It wasn't for you meddling kids. And your Irish bogan. And Weezer. How did Weezer get in here? The door was locked, damn it. From work. Oh, hello from work. Dude, hey man, how's work? How's work treating you? Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. I eat a raspberry cheesecake cookie frisch. Frisch? Hello again, Irish Weezer. Huh? Can you rename yourself to Irish Weezer? Don't do that. Although Chewy should rename himself to Chubert. I go clean house before Mrs. Snowblade gets home for spring break. Spring break? So what are you guys doing for spring break? I cannot? Yeah, you shouldn't. You should not do that. This guy is spring cleaning. I should spring clean soon. I'm working. What? What the hell? That's not spring break. I already had my spring break. Technically, I don't have a spring break. It's just, I always have a gap between every, like, next semester, right? So, it's a 1 week gap. I don't have a teacher schedule, dude. I always feel bad for teachers. Not because it's awesome they get so many breaks, but they get paid so poorly already, I would think. And then, like, what do they do over the summertime? I remember, and this is just Reddit, so, you know, I take it with a grain of salt, but I remember reading this Reddit thread where, like, teachers get a secondary job that has nothing to do with their teaching degree at all. Oh, she got the 2K bonus. Oh, she thriving. Oh, never mind. All right. Damn. Some teachers do be getting those bonuses. I saw my account, I was like, huh? Where's my 2K bonus? Why ain't I getting a 2K bonus, huh? I'm keeping people locked on the internet so they don't commit no tomfoolery on the streets of New York and Ireland and Germany. And I don't get a bonus. Tomorrow, I ain't gonna stream you. What's gonna happen? All these people are gonna go out. They're gonna start bar hopping. It's gonna be a problem. And you know what? Deserved. Because I didn't get no bonus for keeping the masses contained on Twitch.television. I mean, I commit tomfoolery all the time. Dude, I just want my 2K bonus, okay? Can I get a 2K bonus? No. Sorry, America only. I don't make the rules. Unfortunately, Shirkwan, you know the rules, and so do I. I have a song stuck in my head. I'm gonna play it. Yo, anyone know this song right here? Oh. Oh, God. I don't know no rules. What do you mean you don't know no rules? Of course you do. We all know the rules. But to answer your question, teachers do what teachers do on break. She does a lot of relaxing, and when band camp starts up for her high school, she'll do that, but we usually do have a vacation in the summer. She swaps her sleep schedule around. So she doesn't do any like working. Not like in a judgmental response way. She doesn't do any like work during the summer. She doesn't. Okay. Unaware of a single rule? Dude, you know at least one rule. No backseating. Come on. That's a staple rule in all of Twitch.tv. Well, not all. If you count being a color guard coach for the band in the high school, then yes. Dude, that's right. You clicked accept on the chat rules without reading them? That's like not reading the terms of service. I have a game to suggest for you. Okay? You have to read the terms of service here. Of course I did. Oh yeah? But even that's not like a job she goes to every day. This is why I feel bad for teachers. Although, man, great that they have such long vacations, but can they actually, like... Can they survive? Can they? I didn't read them. Guys, I have, I think, 2 rules. Literally 2 lines worth of rules written down. Don't be a dick and no backseating. It's like the only 2 things I have. Oh, and I think I have don't be a racist asshole. They don't get paid on a salary? Oh, do they not? Those aren't the rules either? You're lying. You're lying. They're my rules. Goes to change them right now to prove a point. Is going to it right now. Is going right now to do it right now. Where the hell are the rules? Where did they put them? Hey, what the hell, man? Going to the analytics? What? Channel. Brand. Featured content. About. Dude, where did they put stream survey? No. Are you a man or a woman? Wouldn't you like to know? Content. Community. Analytics. They changed where the rules are for the channel. I can't find the moderation settings. It's not in moderation. Moderation settings. Am I freaking crazy? Show all advanced settings. Oh, chat rules. Limited access. Don't be stupid. Don't be a racist stupid. Do not be under the age of 18. Oh, right. That's true. I forgot there. Yeah, it's hiding there for real. Can we change a rule that we love the Snow Corp? No, we cannot. I do not like Corpo's Snowblade. I don't make exceptions. But thank you for your sponsor. Does he know where they are? They changed it! I bet Aiko didn't read his rules. I did read my rules, I did! So she gets paid during the summer. Like with my income and hers, we are fine. But that's the thing. No, I mean, no, I'm not. It feels rude to ask. I'm not, no, never mind. Let's just move on. I was, like, unrelated to Mrs. Snowblade, I feel like teachers need to have somebody else to live with in order to survive. Like, they just do. Can they live on their own? Can they not true? Oh, okay. It's just the teachers that I know and that I've spoken to, like some of my friends who are teachers, they tell me they can't live on their own. Comfortably in like a non-studio, maybe it's, you know, New York, right? We got to put that into the mix. That's also a big problem. Yeah, you also, yeah, that's not New York, right? Should have considered that when I was talking about it. The song playing again? I mean, banger, but like, okay, enough. Big Apple, yeah. Quite the large apple. And for what? Anyways, yeah, my friends who are teachers, they struggle to live day to day without a roommate. They have mentioned to me that they cannot live, at least here, without a roommate. It would not be a viable decision. That's kind of sad. Shout out to my teachers out there. Especially if your name is like, hold on. If your name is Tay Takemi, big shout out to you. One of my favorite teachers out there in society. She's not a teacher, just she's a doctor, but she's a doctor. Teacher's not a great job, to be honest. Yeah, you got to deal with the younglings. I mean, our rent when we were at the apartment was like $1,200. $1,200. Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen something that cheap here. That's crazy. Kids should be illegal. Yeah, I agree. How's it joeing? Yeah, Joe, how's it joeing? Because they act up, I can tase them. Dude. Is Joeing good? Is Joeing okay? That's good. That's good. They do make too much noise. My niece and nephew are very loud. How many of you want kids one day? How many of you have kids? This is like the biggest lore drop if someone's like, yeah, actually, yeah, I have like triplets. Joe DeLion's like, dude, yeah, I got like triplets. I do. I want kids. Damn. For some reason, I didn't think you would. I thought you were just comfortable with the dog. I do not. Joe. I have nephews and a niece. Make tasing and slapping kids legal. Oh, we're going back to that day and age? Comfortable with the dog? I mean, I want kids. I don't know. We'll see. But you just said you do. You can't change your mind like that. That's enough. The nephews and the niece. Mr. Juvy's gonna be the favored uncle. So I thought you had kids? No, he has the dog. He has a dog. I'm actually not. What, you're not the good uncle? Oh no, that means you're the drunk uncle. Your brother-in-law is? Juvie! That's okay. I'm like the awkward uncle. Not awkward, but like... Oh, you know, I'm so old. Oh, you want to play tag? Go to your other uncle. I sit there, you know, drinking my rum. I'm like, oh, you know, I can't play right now. Yeah. I'm the uncle they don't see that often. Huh. Just like my uncle. Huh. If Snow had kids and just decided he doesn't want them, what would he do? I'm going to gamble my money like a man. I don't like where this is going. Are you saying you would gamble away the kids? Or are you saying... Snowblade would be a responsible adult and he would put them up for adoption. Yes. Or just, you know, man up with the fact that he already has kids and he would not use them for gambling. Okay? He would not do that. He would not gamble away his kids. He's a responsible adult whose name I know in full. And I know people in the higher up law enforcement. I would use little Snow for the gamble money. Jesus Christ.
Get some help.
I have 2 dogs, 2 nieces. That's enough for me, though. I'm not completely opposed to kids, but when I have the right partner in life. Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of under the same boat. It kind of falls under the asexuality as well. It's just like, I could see it being a little bit different with the right person, but, you know, that right person has to be around for longer than time itself, because, you know, sometimes you think it's the right person, and 2 years in, everything falls apart, and you're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. What if I died? Now, I wouldn't get rid of a kid seeing the side of law enforcement. I couldn't do that to a kid. Someone's kid taken away, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anyone that's happened to, thankfully. Actually, I might, but not like directly. Exactly. Yeah. This is why people argue a lot that like it's not asexuality, it's demisexuality, but it falls under the same like spectrum. And this is why I don't like talk about I don't like tag myself as I don't talk about it very often because like, well, first of all, I don't care. And second of all, what does it really matter? I have to be super sure to have a kid, and I'm never super sure. I think you're very super sure, Mr. Juvie. You gotta give yourself some credit. The most heartbreaking thing I've seen as a kid when I go on a raid and I arrest their parents and they say, please don't take my mom or dad away. Oh. Oh, man. What do you even like? What do you even do with the kid at that point? I mean, you have to take them somewhere, right? Do you just take them to Child Protective Services? I'm a doubter. Yeah, you are quite the pessimist, Mr. Juvie. You are. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you would find a family member first, and I assume if you don't find a family member, you do whatever. Child Protective Services. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. DFCAS. What? Always expect the worst. Damn. You might be more pessimistic than I am. And I think the world's ending soon. Oh, it's just okay. I see. Understood. Naruhodo. Checking if I missed any messages. Yeah, for me it always just ends up with the right partner, the right time. Because it could be the perfect partner, but the monetary situation also needs to be pretty good. I ain't bringing a kid into a world where they're gonna suffer. Department of Family and Child Services. Yes, Juvie, not close air support. Ugh. Damn it. You guys like Napoleon Dynamite? I got a Twitch notification. Your gift sub to It's Catchy has expired. I had a gift sub to It's Catchy. Cool. They are dicks, by the way. I hate dealing with them. Yeah, I'm not even surprised. Death Flight Close Air Support. Death Flight? What the hell? Damn it, we're almost an hour in. Why do I talk so much? We're gonna play some Retro Rewind today. Today is either going to be one of the final streams of it or probably Monday or whatever. I was actually debating just starting Voices of the Void today. But if I do that, will Retro Rewind come back? Farewell, Snowblade. Good luck with the cleaning. Don't sneeze. Do it, you won't. I think we should just save Voices for when I'm done with Retro Rewind. Because if I don't, then I feel like every single game is going to get shafted, including Resident Evil. I know myself too well with Voices of the Void. Like, there will not be another game until we're done with that playthrough. I don't have self-control. Let's do Retro Rewind today. Listen, we're not too far from the end of the game. Okay? I think I've earned this. I played 5 Resident Evil games consecutively. Aside from, like, the one Phasmo stream. The big screen. Hey, Mrs. Snow. Oh, wait, she's not home. I almost did it. I almost considered it there. For a moment, I almost booted up Voices of the Void. I'm not even kidding. I had the folder open. I had my file explorer open. I'm like, I can do that right now. I could literally do that right now. But no, we should hold off. Is it all fully upgraded to 0.9.0 F? No, I don't think it is. I do not believe that it is. Also, this game's been a lot of fun. I almost considered renaming it, but I did not. Toram. Hey guys. New day, new rentals. It's not morning. It's the end of the day. No point in booting up till you upgrade. That's a very good point. You know, I thought you would be the one to push me to, you know, like, play that game, but... You're right. If I never upgrade, then I'll never have to play. You're right. No, upgrade after stream? No. I'm taking the incorrect advice, and I will not be upgrading, and therefore we will not be playing Voices of the Void. When I met you in the summer. Come to my store. Come to my store. Why are you both dickheads? I don't care then. Stand out in the rain. You're staring at my store. If you... Okay. Then why are you staring at it, you freak? You freak of nature. You weirdo. I hate all of you. You have Astro Golf. Yes. Whoa, hey. What's good? Whoa. Okay. My bad. Damn. People were really nice in 1991. God. Hello? An old action film. Oh, 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 oh. Old action film. Damn it! I started late, and now we have to play ads, so I should've just waited. I mean, I'm just gonna let them go for, like... The ads don't start for another 5 minutes, but... Ooh! Very nice this is! It's got, like... It got chiller. The weather's not too hot like it was yesterday. So I'm in a pretty decent freaking mood. And you know what? Just for that, I'm gonna give her Steven Left Me for the Jester. Tora, Tora, Tora. Tora, Tora, Tora. I will stay with me tonight. Okay. Guess the song is inevitable. So, what do we think of the layout, guys? We liking it? We digging the layout here? Pretty good, right? Pretty good. The only thing I'm gonna change is this TV doesn't need to be here. It's kind of stupid. This will change anyway, because it's gonna be 4 arcade machines here as well. I'm digging it, man. The only thing is this section needs to be expanded, I think, a little bit. But there's just, it's not enough space for kids and Christmas. Unless in the center I make, no, I can't do that. But what I was thinking is, we'll do one more in the middle. And it'll be like one side facing Christmas will be the Christmas section, and then maybe like this one. And then one will be kids. Kids, right? So basically like this corner would be for kids. This corner would be for Christmas, but in the middle. Retro, you on again? Yep. Yep, I'm hooked. I'm hooked. But I think we're getting close to the end of the game, so. I see like maybe 2 more proper streams of it. And then Voices of the Void. Or Resident Evil Revelations. There's an ending? Well, not necessarily. How claustrophobic would it be to make the kids in Christmas section one shelf longer? Well, what I could do instead is, instead of having the thin ones here, I don't know if this is what you're implying, but instead of making it thin here, I just get another one of these medium ones and then just expand it like that. And then it wouldn't be claustrophobic, it would just be one more thin shelf, basically, added in. Bad backs. Ooh. Let's see how it looks, because I could just sell them back, if anything. Hey. I probably didn't have to buy 2, but now I'm committed. I'm committed to the idea. So we do this. See? I think that's pretty good. And then we should have way more space. Oh, there was an update over the night. They were pretty sick. They were pretty sick nasty. So, the update, the first update, they added a teleport stuck movies button next to the storage drop box. Which means, you know, when one of the things glitch, you click the button. I actually don't know where it is here. Is it outside? Huh. Well, there was supposed to be a button. Additionally, increase the likelihood of customers picking movies from their favorite genre or new releases. Increase the likelihood of customers picking movies in small and medium-sized stores. Increase the likelihood of customers picking their favorite movie. Increase the number of clients in mid and large store sizes, but they nerfed the maximum amount of clients you could have at the store to 25. It used to be 30. So 5 less. Clients now prioritize unreserved shelves to avoid queues. I will read the rest after the ads because they just started playing and I...
Who is the man in the suit? Who is the cat with the beak? Do you really want to feel?
ハラスメント泳がす退屈虚実の口実が生め出たボースティング当人無意識で虚勢を腹に気がつけとなく三次元の時代
さらず
Damn, that one's always a jammer. I almost just let it play. And I was just like, you know what? We'll be right back. We'll be right back. I mean, we were right back, but that was a jammer. Hey, Carlos, what's up? That being said, what were the other updates? Clients now prioritize unreserved shelves to avoid queues and have a higher chance of picking up movies immediately. Clients now stop grabbing snacks, candy, and playing arcade games at store closing time for faster closing, and reduce the default chance of new staff requesting a raise. And then an added additional update later in the night was added a timer to the avoidance system so characters can briefly clip through others if stuck. Fixed clients ignoring the clearance bin. Improved client pathing when returning movies to the Dropbox and exiting the store. Balanced the maximum number of clients in the store to 25. Fixed an issue where shelves remained occupied after clients were done using them. preventing others from accessing them, and made adult movie covers darker. Which, did they do that? How do they look? They look the same to me. Maybe the purple's darker? Maybe they are darker, I don't know. Good to see you, Carlos. Good to see you, man.
Oh.
I do think that romance and adult were kind of close to them. Like, they were easy to mix up, so I guess it's mostly these. Not so much this. Because this one's just like a very noticeable purple. This one is, you can tell this one's darker, yeah. Christmas! Maybe I should have left these and not sold them, but that's okay. I think this is fine. It doesn't take up too much space. Oh. Oh. Hold up, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. No. Hi, how can I help you today? The Grave Robber's puppet. Dude, what the freak? Yes. Do 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 do. Can you play Sherry Sherry Lady, please? Can you play, please? You're a Sherry Lady. Is this in the playlist? No. We're gonna play it now. Wow. Yeah, this is better because we don't have that many of these films, so there's no point in, like, making multiple shelves. Object must be empty in order to sell. Well, freak you then. How about that? Suck my big toe. Do do do. Wait, what? The day's over? The hell? What? I feel like we didn't even earn anything today. Oh no, not wood. Orange. Orange. No, I mean, I guess we did, because we only had about 400, and then I bought 4 shelves. We'll see in a bit what our profit was. Hey! That's the wrong bloody channel! Put the bumps back on! How dare they? $22, $22, $22. Damn, this one's supposed to be, like, cheaper, too. Speaking of which, we could buy a 4th one now. Wahoo! Alright, so that is one section of arcade games that are completed. We need another 4, though. Another 4 on this side. Yes. Superman. Super chips. Freddy's cheese sticks. Fudge Slime. The Breakfast Bar. Crunchzilla. Moonbike. Galaxy Bar. Sweet Buster. Only available at Ico's, VHB, VBHS, CVS, ATM, BBL. Any applicants? You all suck. Goodbye. Still kind of debating just putting the clearance bin over here in the kids section and then having a third new releases shelf. But it do be kind of pointless, right? Because if you really think about it, why can't I get up? Aha. Don't look at me! Hey. Sup? Holiday break-in. Yeah, you want a reservation? This? No problem. And you even reserved the limited edition. What? Plant from the depth? No. Unacceptable. I'm curious, what if I put a random skew in? Skew not found. Oh. But you can, like, guess and check. Does that mean I can just find a random film? What if I found a new release by accident? I don't think you can. Would be really crazy. Hey. Okay, do I want to make jumbo shelves in the back? Now, if I do that, what is the point if we already have this many horror films? Now, I know the argument's gonna be, why not just get more horror films? Good point. However, I feel like at some point we need to come to terms with the fact that there is too much. If I put jumbo shelves in the back just for more horror films, and I can't sort them the way that I want, because she's gonna mess it up. So I can't just... You do need to get 1,000 movies. Yeah, I didn't do the math. I do think we're close to having the capacity for 1,000 films here. And the most likely genre to have 1,000 films will be, or to have more and more films would be the horror genre. Halfway there. Whoa, Squidward on a chair. I wish we had one more room so I can make like a sci-fi movie area. Okay, fine. I guess we'll do a jumbo back section for the horror films. I like that these things, look. There's like no films here. I say as there are many films on that one. That's just because it's a drama section and it fills up really fast. Oh, freak. Mr. Worldwide. Go super fast. You know what? Let me help. Let me help. I said, do you speak my language? Don't even bother Googling it. I'm not sure even if you can. I'm not even sure you can Google it. In any case, we're only 2 minutes and 17 seconds into this intro. Your friends can't dance and you cannot dance, no friend of mine. Only 311. Film noir murder mystery special event. Whoa. Oh! Now look here, you see him? Welcome in, welcome in. Hey, come on in. Hey, come on in, come on in, come on. Okay. They should have given me a revolver or like some sort of gun for this specific event. Hey, come on in, come on in. The hobo over my head. Yeah, got you. There you go. She's not gonna work until the bloody money. Clara. Good name. Good name. Hello, Soul Eater. Is back. 626. Lilo and Stitch.
Hi.
13 bodies. I got you in a bit. Thank you. Have a good day. Good films. Good picks. Oh, sorry. Hey, you guys got the glasses too. Hey, you love to see it. What's going on? What do you need? You need 13 bodies? Here you go. Alright. Alright. Let's see here. Horror for $100 dues! Hi. The Monstrous Cup. We need $100 for more horror movies. Hello. The Grave Robber's Puppet. There you go. Just got done cutting down some trees with my pops for the 3rd day in a row. About to shower and relax. Friggin' beat. Forestry is probably the most demanding job I've ever worked. I know a guy that plants trees in Canada. That is a once a year job, but they work practically non-stop for like the entirety of the perfect season. You want an old sci-fi film? I got you. They get paid really well. I'm doing pretty good, Just chilling, about to buy 10 random horror films. So what do we get? The Skeleton on Death Row. Damn.
Hi.
What remains of the frying pan? The cauldron that followed you home. A killer captain in our own home. The toaster haunting the mansion. The letter Frankenstein. The crystal balls. Time has come. Did we already have that? No. T-Rex on death row. The medicine's blood. The blood-sucking love seat. What the hell?
Oh.
Unfortunately, this is for free as it's our own property. Yeah. No, I get that. That is highly unfortunate. It's highly unfortunate. I don't know how well forestry itself gets paid. I know that they get paid really decently to plant the trees. But, like I said, you work every single day from like 4 or 5 in the morning. You have to start early because when it gets too hot, it gets too hot. This is prime season for like tree growth or whatever, like the healthiest. For the soil and the temperatures or something, I don't know. But, they basically work from, typically it's like June, I think it's June is like when the peak season is, but they delay it or start early depending on the climate, I guess. What broke? Jumbo manhunt. Come on. What music is playing? Oh. Oh. I was looking through a Discord store, found a profile picture you like, went to DM it. You already got it applied? Yeah, what is it? Is the Nevermore, like, Raven ones? Yeah. I saw that, and I immediately went to get it. I have, like, 100,000 Discord points, because it's just so easy to do those quests. So I just kept doing them over and over. And one time it glitched. It was going, like, Discord was going through some weird outage that let me just spam one of the quests over and over again. So I duped like 200 points somewhere around 50 times or something. Damn nice. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I thought they would remove the points, but they didn't. Hi, do I really have to walk in here? You're looking for bad backs in the adult section. You know what? I'm gonna be nice to you this one time, alright? I'm gonna go find one for you. I'm gonna find you a copy. Alright. I don't know if that sounds like a Noir voice line. I don't think that's how they talk.
Ooh.
I'm making more of an effort to do any quest I can. I know there's a code you can do that literally makes it so that you can do all of the quests without doing the quests. You just like input it to into the developer console on Discord, and it just progresses it. Like, idle progresses it. Without you having to do anything. But I don't know how against the TOS that is. Not that I entirely care, but...
Ooh.
Yeah, look up... Can I even talk about this? It's a kind of, quest skipper. For Discord, if you will. In case you're interested in learning about it. I find that I know that someone used it solely for things they couldn't play, because some quests were not free to play. Like if you play marathon for like 30 minutes or what is it, 15 minutes. I think anything you input into Discord's, like, developer console can be, TOS breaking.
Hi.
I was even wanting, just a bot to notify you when there's video quests. Yeah, because, dude...
Oh.
Sometimes you don't know how many new ones there are. The other day, I finished all of the quests I could, and there were like 5 new ones the same day, like later in the day. I'm like, what the hell?
Ooh.
You didn't charge him? I'm pissed. Whoa! Hey, what are you talking about? I didn't break nothing. Yeah, they have crouch jumping in this game. Oh god. Well, what do you know? I should stop before I get stuck. But what is there something up here? Something secret. Well, I'll be damned. Only 580. I mean, we were at like $0 at the start of the day because we had to pay their stuff. So 580, not bad. Was that color game you played the other day? That's a great question. I don't have like an active working history on my Firefox. So I can't just like type in letters for to pop up. I also restarted my computer, so I don't have any of the Chatterino logs. Oh wait, I know what I can do. Joe the Lion. Pop open his viewer card. Go here, swap it over, go to Fusion TSK. Fusion TSK's viewer card. Dialed.gg. Hey, put those grippers away. What are you doing? Alright, day's freaking over. Get this... Get it off me! Enough. Wait, hold on. Let the day progress, because she gotta do the cleaning. Sorry, just sorting something real quick. Hey! You need the help? Okay. It's always the last bloody set of them, mate. Action. 13 bodies. Horror film. In this feature presentation. What is this? No! Goodbye. Alright, go next. This is the next day. So 436 bucks. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Alright, what do we got today? Today we've got Random Movies Mixed, Gargoyle Agents, Happy Doghouse, The Dead Trolls Outpost. That's a dwarf. The Scary Husband in the cornfield. Buck's Breakfast, Skin Boots. The Banjo Behind the Mask. G-Force, Couch Racer, that sounds awesome. Midnight Wolf Assassin, alright. Oh, we ain't got no space for no Western films. Oh, we got no space for no action films. Oh, well, I'll be damned. I hear Peak. I freaking hear Peak. Oh. Here, let me just get these, all right? And I'll let you do the rest. Cassette on Mars.
Ooh. Ooh.
Astro Golf.
Ooh.
All right. We might need a small expansion for some of these genres. Action can no longer fit in these shelves. How do I want to go by doing that?
Oh.
I see why they changed it and made it darker. Yeah, I get it. I mean, like, between romance, kids, and adult, very similar shades. Nice. Hey, that's the wrong bloody film. Let's help her out a bit. Sorry, one moment, one please moment. What do you? Milk Showdown. Yeah, sounds like a. Yep. Frick, that's not what I wanting. Let me. All right, here you go. I'm just sorting out some of these films for you here. Oh, Bad Batch is no longer a new release. Well, I don't care. Put it under the new releases. That's probably why we don't have as much space. Bad Batch took over like the shelves. And also Jumbo. And soon Die Trying. Hi, who is this? I just dialed a random number. Slash me pretends you didn't ever call me. Excuse me. I'm trying to organize, and you're putting them in the way. Damn, police films really sold out. Or rented out. Brilliant. Go super speed. Go super speed. Okay, we're at 668. We paid them their stuff today in the morning. Dude, no one even like compares to Taylor. The triple gameplay traits and the doubles here, like what the hell? Hey mom, what you want? You want an old western film? Here you go. Ooh. That's right. Aliens in my cowboy snake boots. New release on the 12th. And then there's gonna be another Friday the 13th. It's a good thing we have a massive section for the very rare occasion when there's a Friday the 13th. Ramus 4. The fourth rendition of Ramus. Oh my god.
Hey.
You want a bad film to make it a bad date? Now I have new and old socks. Huge collect. Oh, I only did old, didn't I? Sorgi, here you go. No! Not a lawyer to file. We need this series. This series is ours. You're right there. Thanks for knocking.
Oh.
What is it? You can't prove that I broke my last rental. I won't pay. Do I look like I care? Do I look like a strog? Wash my gambler. The parent strategy. Hungry for spellbook. Trooper emergency room. The vengeful foot. It's a horror film, we might as well. The parent strategy is like the alternate reality where the parent trap is actually the parents trying to form a trap. Oh my god, all the police films are freaking gone. Here you go.
Wow.
You think I broke your movie? How dare you accuse me of vandalism? This fee is unacceptable. Wow, yeah, I just can't believe it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, of course. What? I would never break a movie. That's not unacceptable. There's no way I would do that. No. Tosses all the films out. Have a good day, Mr. Scientist Man. Of course he gets the Feet movie. Dude. There's actually, it's insane how many there are. Where's Santa's Foot Squad? We got Tis the Foot Season. The Big Santa Toe Squad. What is going on here, man? Reboot sequel 20 years later with Lindsay Lohan as the parent and her kids try to get her into a parent trap. Yeah, didn't they do like a Freaky Friday remake or something? I heard that one was pretty bad though. Lindsay Lohan's like that. She's like the nostalgia actress who just every film she's in anymore is like old remakes or like some new reboot that doesn't do very well. Oh. That freaking guitar. The recent-ish one? Yeah, didn't they make like a super new one? Not super new now, but... If only I still had the patience to learn an instrument. Unfortunately, I no longer do. If I'm not good at it within a month's time, which is just not possible, I will drop it. It's not how that works, unfortunately. Bam. What I miss? Everything. It was insane, dude. Some dude showed up and robbed us. It was actually crazy. Me when I lie. What? Nar. God. Great thing, good thing we have a million billion copies. I wonder if duplicates even count. You probably need like full-fledged different movies. Dude, so many the 13 body films. God damn. All right. Oh, cool. All right. Oh my god, new release tomorrow, new release tomorrow, new release tomorrow, new release tomorrow. I wonder what kind of genre, or what genre it'll be this time. Frick. Oh my god. I feel like we should have pushed some of these aisles up more, but, you know, I really did not anticipate that we would need this much space plus more. Hello, the Spirit's perfect match.
Oh.
Hi. Die trying.
Ooh.
Education. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Two brothers and a family. You want fantasy? Fun, flan, fantasy, flan. Fun, fantasy, flan. I'm considering just selling a bunch of the dupes. The duped new releases. And keeping like 2 of each. Yo, Cormier. What's going on today? Hi. Yeah. Scary heart in the tent. Dude. Why do I always gotta be around for that, huh? Your rental prices are already high, and now you want me to pay the extra money for a broken fee? Yes, first of all, you're going to pay. Second of all, what do you mean they're already high? A regular movie rental is $4. Have you really lost your mind? Hi. Do you reserve the scary heart in the tent? Here you go. Jumbo Manhunt. Jumbo Manhunt.
Oh.
$4 in this economy? Dude, do you know how much I'm paying these people a day?
Oh.
In 1991? $74 a day, both. In this economy.
Ooh.
That's insane. Atomic Dentist. Dude, where is Atomic Heart Mother? Right or no? The shipmate. Legend of the West. Love seat clocked out. Dude, true. Officer clocked out. Dude, true. Late nights with my infection. Dude, true. The android under arrest. Dude, true. Fishbowl Archer. Nah. Nah, dude, that sucks. Enslaving them like a true corpo. God, I wish. That'd be the real play. Just finished? Whoa, it's still going! We got 3 minutes left, alright? Oh no, the last movie I returned was broken. I feel terrible. Yeah,
What?
and now you're gonna pay the court a fine. Yo, yo, yo. Hey, Sugar Buns. Surprised me with an adult movie. I'm easy. I can tell. Here, man.
Oh.
Fantasy.
Oh.
Her.
Damn it. What's good, homie? You have the cassette on Mars. That one sounds cool, even though it's probably not that great of a film.
Hey.
Yo, what's up? The Chicken Space Explorer.
Whoa.
Yo, what's up, Rhyme?
Um,
You were sick? You were sick yesterday? Puked every hour on the hour. Man, I gotta say, I'm glad. Now, I have some sort of phobia with vomiting in general. Only when it's me, though. Only when I'm the one that's sick. So I completely shut down. So I'm very glad that I haven't been feeling sick to that capacity. At least not recently. Almost. And the reason I say almost is because I had soup that technically probably should have made me projectile vomit, but I honestly think I don't know if it has to do with like my regular diet or like the stuff that I drink or what, but typically I do the old Polish method of, oh, I ate something really bad. If I don't do something about this, tomorrow's gonna suck. And I take a nice shot of, you know, vodka or something. Bada bing, bada boom. I don't do well with vomiting. Not a fan, not a fan. No sir, no sir. Aw, what? Bitter taste in my mouth? Yup. Yup. No thank you. No thank you. But it only affects me. So if someone else is like vomiting or something, it doesn't really get to me. Doesn't really doesn't do much. You know, like those TikTokers that if they hear someone gag, they also gag. It just doesn't. I don't care about all that. Couldn't eat, so I was just dry heaving the whole time. Yeah, that sucks. Hell nah. Make yourself some ginger water. Some hot ginger water with some turmeric. Maybe some honey in there if you wanted. Probably not the honey. Maybe some cloves if you got some cloves. Cloves. I went through a liter of ginger ale. Oh, man. Puked most of it back up. Wow. You know, I would say typically that works for me. Ginger ale, some sort of ginger beverage. What's up, North Princess? Welcome in. I don't know if it's like a full-fledged placebo, but I really do think the amount of ginger that I drink daily or weekly is coating my stomach with like immunities. Shout out to Crazy Diamond, parts 1 to 4. You can play this on the guitar. Oh, no, you said I can perform this song. I'm jealous. One of my favorite songs of all time. Speaking of which, I have to run ads because life sucks and suffering does build character. So, we'll be right back after this commercial break. I'm pausing the song before it gets to the good parts. I mean, that was one of the good. Never mind. The whole song is perfect. Man, that do be a jammer, seriously. That for reals do be a jammer. All right. Those bloody ads. Those damned ads. Apparently I didn't see how it is. So yeah, I had to get rid of those pesky ads. You know how it is. Do 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 do. Sleep Token used this part in the final song of their most recent album. Full 13-minute song, man. That is dope. This is one of those songs I'd probably want to learn, but I'd be starting from scratch. My problem remains that I really don't know. Oh, new release! New release! New release! New release! What is it? What is it? What is it? This is not a new release. The waitress will see you. God, I hope so. Pimple face? Okay, dude. What are we talking about here? I'm buying 20 copies. Hey! Pimple face. So that's Scarface, huh? My problem with instruments is I can't be good at them right off the rip. Oh. How is a new release already good critic? You know what I mean? I can't perfect any instrument right off the rip. It takes years to be like what the hell are you doing? To be top of the line. Oh my god, another limited edition. Pimple face. Hey, come on in. We got new films aplenty. Look over here. Man, I should have put it over there, but whatever. Say hello to my little friend. What the hell? You know, I'm not so sure anymore if it is or isn't AI art. Because it has two... Look at this.
Hey.
But it's already here. But then it's here. Or that could literally just be a mistake. Die trying.
Ah.
The mag is your issue. The golden visitor, this sucks. Get You is literally when the guitar, literally just the guitar in the song. I love this song so much. I mean, Pink Floyd is the greatest band of all time. Yeah, the mag is a little bit like... Oh, it's the grenade launcher. We need more space. Come to my store, come to my store. Come to my store. Come to my store. Come to my store. Dude, movie was working fine when I dropped it off. I won't pay your broken fee. You will. Or you will die. Come to my store. Come to my store.
Ooh.
Come to my store. Come to my store. Come to my store. The Demented Fishbowl. Scary appliance flick. The comedian is my prom date. Honestly, that sounds terrible, but like in a funny way. Curse of the Ancient Minotaur. The Bridge Beyond the Pixie. That's like the first bridge one we got, I think. Toy Maker's Fast Food. Oh god. Police movie. The Wizard Agents. Minotaur in a vial. I got you. Oh yeah.
Hey.
Who dat? Who dat? IGGY. Oh wow, you're fast. There you go.
Ow.
What were the genre purchases? Just mixed? Dude, give me more horror.
Hey.
You want a good action film? Yes. The blazing body part. Fire a warning shot. One second, sir. 1 second here. How can I help you? 13 bodies. Beef stew. I agree. Get some of that beef stew. Wire a farting shot. Wire? Whoa!
Her.
Come to my store, come to my store, come to my store, come to my store. Come to my store.
Ooh.
Everyone just said yes. Let's go. Come to my store. Come to my store.
Oh.
Come to my store. Wait! No! Come to my store. Come to my store. Come to my store. Hello. You need a Christmas movie to annoy your roommate. I know it's not Christmas yet. That's the whole point. Yeah, that's extremely annoying that you would do that. But I'm gonna play with the side of your roommate here, and I'm gonna give you a pretty good Christmas movie that anyone would watch, even during the non-Christmas season. Get wrecked. Officer, let my rooster go. The Red-Nosed Corsair. The Award Joker card. The bad strongman under arrest. His massive den strikes again. Could this be? Parts 6 to 9? Hello, I work night shifts, and your store hours make it almost impossible for me to come in. I just wanted to voice my frustration. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, we literally work until 12 in the morning, so... that's a skill issue on your part, bud. Come to my store.
Oh.
much money we made today. Just off of how many people we recruited in. Wait. Oh no, this is a police film. But we don't have a lot of space for police films either. We need to find a new section for Western. Western girl. I feel like we probably could have made do with more shelves on that side. But there wouldn't be a lot of walking space between here and the windows. I mean, the horror section didn't have to be exclusively horror, to be honest. We could have done other things here. Now this is the Ico soundtrack. God damn. The bull and Santa's cookies. Oh boy! Big day today. That's it? We only made 428 from me. Oh god, hello. Alright, big horror movie day. Big. The race car down the chimney. Machine on wheels. The killer's cigarette. Oh yeah, that's pretty real. The floating coffin in love. Bubblegum animal bunch. Project, the Fishbowl X. Oops. Wake. God damn it. Wake up. Work faster. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Hey, hey, hey. Action film? One moment.
Ooh.
I put Margaritaville on loop. It was the song with the vibe I was looking for. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it, considering how long it took us to find it. Fast return station, energetic, will never fall asleep at work, and loyal. Now, are these better than never take a sick day and thick-skinned? Return station. Energetic, Loyal. I don't really care about the raise though. Like I'm okay with paying more.
Oh.
Where the hell's Die Trying? Is it no longer a new release? Can you... What is Die Trying, please? What?
Oh.
Margaritaville. Hi. You have reserved Pimple Face.
Wow.
Hi there, you've randomly been selected to win $80. Do you accept? This is not a scam call. Sure. Tomorrow we're gonna wake up and the entire, like, shop is empty. We have no money left. In the name of the foot. Of course it's fantasy, too. The Starlit Hag. You know what? Let's buy 20 random movies. Soldier Brain Implants. The Blood-Sucking Queen. The Android in Tim's Room. This is the third Tim's Room film. We finally got a new one, though. Of course he's getting it. Well, duh. Would you think I wasn't gonna get it? What's wrong with you? Fast food's wrong number. What does that even imply? Police. Drama. I'm here to pick up The Surgeon versus the Kraken.
Ooh.
The Good, the Bad, and the Mammoth. These titles are crazy. This. The Robot Night Elf. How many of these Night Elves are there, dude?
Hi.
The Puppets, 3 Wishes. The Masked Boat. What? Sleepy Chest. Sorcerer's Magic Chest. Wow. Captain on Wheels. The Starlit Hag. Hag Maxing. In the Name of the Foot. The Masked Boat. Wait, we got 2 Masked Boats? Did someone pick it up or am I blind? Or both? Oh, I know. It's only the only copy. Did I mix a genre by accident? Oh. Sup, dude? Die Trying. Here you go.
Ooh.
There are 3? No. There ain't 3. Only 1. Dude, I don't think these are as profitable as we thought. Not when we have 4 of them, because it just splits it 4 What happened here? Ungrateful clients, man. Hey. Reserve Pimple Face. Yeah, 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 yeah. We're starting to accumulate so much freaking money. So many extras. What do I even do with all that money? I can't expand the store anymore. I mean, I guess we still need more horror shelves, so... Minus $400. You want an old film? Well, absolutely, ma'am. Let me get you an old film. Let me find you a nice and old film. Maybe a comedy. An old comedy. Smiling Stepbrother. That doesn't sound like a comedy, but... You know... Who am I to judge? Doesn't even know what to do with all the money, but still wants more. Yes! Yes, we need more money. More! What? Hey, do not... Okay, hold on. Put horror here so we don't do that.
Hey.
Oh! Now this song. This is it right here.
Wow.
Damn, you tall. You tall AF. And now you're gonna get shot. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, we have a problem. I need more space for action films. Before she starts sorting them wrong. What do I do? I mean, you know what, dude? I know exactly what to do. We do not need 50 billion copies of Bad Backs. Pay the court fine. This should be Western. This is action. That's good. Okay, so we have 3 copies of Bad Backs there. And if anyone wants to, like, reserve one, we can just get one from the back. Yo, Walter! I see you got 2 glasses on, alright. Where's Waldo? I don't know, but that's his twin brother, Walter. Oh, here's the lost tapes. Recovered tapes not displayed on shelves. Wait. Where even were those? Wait, what? Oh, they're all broken. That's what it is. Okay, that's a problem if it also recovers all the broken ones. Walter! How you doing? Doing good? Nice. Hey, I don't know your name. Hey, welcome to the store. Hey, what's up?
Oh.
The The Farmer, a Christmas legend. What was that? The Lawyer's Light in the Snow. Christmas. I want to decorate this section more, but I just don't know how. Maybe we'll get another horror new release. I wonder if we, I mean, damn, 88 or 86. So, I mean, 866, jeez. Wonder how much we earned today. Just out of that day. They really should show you, like, how many, wow, my store value is 17,095. They need to tell you how many things you have. I don't really care about the store's value. I just want to know, like, do we have a bunch of cassettes? How many cassettes do we have? How am I supposed to know? With blood? Absolutely. Blood sacrifices do need to be made sometimes. Unfortunately, that is not a decoration option. The only thing they have for the horror section is the pumpkin. The jack-o'-lantern. Oh, and the coffin, I guess. I'm not getting the coffin. I mean, the smiley faces look kind of creepy, I guess. Get the coffin? No. No, I'm not gonna do that. A lifetime of love with my monster. Bad critic, but I'm buying it. Oh. Oh my god, what broke? What broke now? What broke? The Visitor, moving on. Yeah, unfortunately that is 4 stars. We do have to get that back, so... Yeah. Let's just, let's get that back. Good thing we're so rich. That cover does go hard, too. It looks like some sort of Cthulhu wedding. Like, man, this is some cultist. Who ordered the hot plant pop? Where's my super suit? Dude, what the freak is playing? Like, are we serious? Job's done. $644. Not bad. Not as impressive as I expected for A store that has an entire gigantic horror movie section. I'm not that impressed. But I don't know, every day I think has a specific amount of customers you can get. With the maximum being 25? 25. What do we got today? We got mixed. The tobacco is here. I feel like tobacco shouldn't... It's like the concept of it doesn't really exist in a horror universe. The cupcake comedian. The dog's last melody. That's sad. Learn to skate with Coach Keyboard. What was the other coach? The store chose the plant pot. Oh my god. Space pod codename Paladin. That sounds sick. Man, apparently if you want a PS5, you better buy it before April 2nd. Why? What happened with the play? I don't want one, but what's happening there?
Hey.
Price increase? Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, consoles, I just don't care. Don't care about consoles very much. But you heard it there. Get it while you still can if you want it. Doctor Wanted.
Oh.
All in all, we're just another brick in the wall. 600, disc is 650, pro 900. Wow. That is kind of Omega cringe. What is their reasoning for this increase? Out of curiosity. I'm looking it up. Hey. Reddit.com. PlayStation 5. Include NSFW results. PlayStation prices at release versus 5 years after. Can we get in dollars? From $499 to $549, the PlayStation 5. I should be careful with being tabbed out because I can't hear the phone calls. That's the one thing. I think they should add an option that, like... They don't have one, but... Where you, if you tab out, the sound just continues to play. Economy. Yeah. Freaking economy. Corporate swines. I don't see anything about the price increase. Oh, PlayStation 5 Pro with a disc drive now costs $1,000. Oof. Effective April 2nd, the PS5 will be $650. PS5 Digital Edition will be $600. PS5 Pro will be $900. Ooh. What if we just freaking oh, phone call, phone ring. Phone home. You will pay the court a fine. It was on release. No, I don't know. I haven't gotten a console since the PS4. No, since the Switch. Since the Switch.
Whoa!
The Switch is gonna go up in price too. Well, I was just saying that I don't think any console is worth it, aside from maybe, it's not necessarily a console, it's a full-fledged handheld, but... The Asus ROG is, like, the only thing I can think of being worth getting a handheld of, just because it's an all-in-one everything. It's a Steam Deck with more options. You can play Steam games on it, you know?
Oh.
I think it's the Asus ROG. I think that's what it's called. Asus ROG. Handheld. Is that what it was called? Asus ROG? Maybe it wasn't the Asus ROG. Yeah, the Ally. Asus ROG Ally. My friend has it, and he has played every single Steam game on it. He also played Emus. I mean, it's pretty much just a handheld PC at that point. He was able to do so much on it. But you need to know a little bit of Linux, because I don't think it was maybe it was Windows, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I wish for the treasure. Nah, we don't need more fantasy at the moment. I mean, we need more movies in general. Just gonna buy 5 random ones and see what we get. The treasure, our hero. The gangster and Santa's cookies. The chest, Legend of the West. The king, Beyond the Rainbow. Hot chocolate family.
Hey, stop that.
You want an old film?
Oh.
Not the Banjo Death movie! When you told me I was like, holy gamble. Yup. Corporate world, brother. Me wanting a new PC, like a full-fledged new PC, can't do that. I mean, you know, wouldn't be able to do it even though I wanted, if I had the money, because I got way too much to pay off at the moment. Yeah, it was like 6 days difference before everything skyrocketed. I'm tired of hearing about it, buy it. Well, there you go, you lucked out. You lucked out. And, I mean, PC parts are still gonna go up. RAM might drop temporarily, but it's gonna go back up as well. That is just simply how it is. It's a shame because I was finally ready to set up a PC that's just full Linux to learn off of. But I guess I'm just gonna do the dual boot like I said I was gonna do. Oh, sorry. This case was a dream to build in. I don't remember what case you got, but I would get probably a Li and Li. Or is it Li and Liu? Something like that. Oh yeah, the Corsair cases are pretty good too. I say no more with NZXT. I have an NZXT case at the moment. It's not that it's a disaster. Like, it's not a terrible case. But you cannot control any of the lighting without NZXT Cam. And NZXT Cam is like the worst slop of software you could ever put on your PC. Do not recommend. It's like the monitoring system that you can't disable, which means you have to just close the app, was so bad at one point that it like destroyed FPS in games. Oh yeah, Razer Synapse also sucks. I do have that right now though. I don't think it's on, but I do have Razer Synapse. I was a Razer fanboy when I was younger. I still have like a lot of Razer products boxed away. The only thing I would say that I like from Razer is the Molten, the Naga Molten. It's an MMO mouse though, and you know me and my frequency with playing video games of one genre. Except for Voices of the Void, I guess. GG. Never going back? Dude, oh my god. I used to say that all the time. That I'm like, yes, dude, I love wireless mice. I want you to understand. I have three Logitech Pro Superlights. Don't get the Superlights, bro. Don't get the Superlights. All four, oh, sorry, three. One of them was fully broken, but that was actually my mistake. All of them have a different issue. The white one's side buttons don't work. The black one's laser is like busted, so it jitters randomly. And the red one doesn't click. Like the left mouse button just, it doesn't work sometimes. It's insane. Is 2K monitors? Do you really need 2K monitors, bro? You can get like some pretty badass monitors from like the thrift store. IMO. I think the only stuff that I don't necessarily go too overkill on are the monitors. I have 3 of them. Well, 4 if we count my TV, but that's going to change eventually. I will get a 4th one. I need a small monitor above the one on my right. And its sole purpose is for my media. So like, whether it's Spotify, Fubar, Apple Music, whatever, I need it there. And then I'll put Discord over it. That's it. But right now it's my TV, which is suboptimal. You don't want that. Granted, the TV is like capped at 30 FPS or something. I think 4 monitors is overkill. And I won't need it for non-streaming activities whatsoever, but I've decided we're gonna sell a bunch of these bad baxes. I really don't think we need all of them. Look at that, $15 value. The hell? The things that you should go crazy on when it comes to PCs typically is just the computer parts. So better RAM, upgraded GPU, CPU. That's about it. I guess motherboard if it really matters to you that much. If this keyboard breaks, I'll have a mental breakdown. I love... This is the Voices of the Void, the 8-bit DOE keyboard. I love it so much. I could not imagine not having it anymore. If it breaks, I will get one of those, like, keyboard mount things, and I will put it on my wall. Somewhere. That's how much I love this keyboard. And then I'll buy a new 8-bit DOE keyboard. I'll probably buy the same one. I'll just buy it a second time. Or I'll get the other one. The newer edition that's like based off... I don't remember what it was. I wonder if it's still for sale. Wait, they have a sale right now! What the... Limited edition. The retro mechanical keyboard. Yeah. Oh, it's $95 right now. No, crazy. It's on sale. Didn't they have a description for this? I wanted to know what it's like based off of. I think Joe was the one that said it. The S edition. A retro keyboard. Ooh, looks so good. I love it. Yeah, I think Joe mentioned what it was, but not the Commodore. Can't remember what he said. I don't know my like retro keyboard names, to be honest. Just that I had them. But I think it was something, maybe not Atari related, but something similar. It's this one right here. It's so cool. That probably the next... I don't think I'm ever getting a keyboard that's not from 8-bit DOE, unless I make my own. And honestly, I don't have the patience to do that. I feel like it's so easy to mess up, like, making your own keyboard. Obviously, you can't learn without making mistakes, but... The only thing I would change at the moment is I have, like I said, the Razer Tataris. I know 8-bit DOE has their own, like... Here, let me look. They have their own... Like, it's a numpad, really, at the end of the day. Do you guys have a keyboard rest? Just curious. They have mechanical numpads, and those are cool. And they have one that matches the keyboard I have. So I might get that at one point. Or maybe like a mouse wrist rest. You know, a wrist rest for your computer desk. I don't have one. Wonder how much you like really need it though. I never really thought about the health side of that. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We've got mixed the Biscuit Puzzle Pals, the Toy Maker's Peasant, Basic Math with My Pumpkin, Light Night Plant Exchange, Steel Puppet on Patrol. Nope. Do we have any horror films, please? Wow, not a single one, huh? Cool. Cool, dude. Real cool, dude. So cool, dude. Real cool, dude. Dude, so cool and awesome, dude. Thanks. What's up, man? Fear the award.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey. Spacebot, code name Paladin. That one sounds cool. Hi. Chicken through the peeping hole. Hey, who is this? Why does my boyfriend have your number on a piece of paper? Is this Miss Melissa? I told you to leave him alone. How has it already been an hour? We're really at that point again? I hate ads. I hate them. They're ruining my video gaming. Hey, man. They will come for the breakfast. Breakfast. What's everyone's favorite breakfast? Share it in the comments below. Wait, did I close the website? No. Dude, why? Why?
Oh.
I'm tired of these people, man. Old fantasy film.
Oh.
I have a wireless mouse that charges through a wire that, when plugged in, feels like a good wired mouse. I barely ever use it wirelessly because it's too comfortable wired, but also when it starts to lose battery, it gets really buggy. Also, it also charges the batteries for my VR controller because they have the... Oh, yeah. It's not the same for me, but I had the same thing with my Logitech mice as well. I would just keep them, like, plugged in most of the time. It's like, yeah, hell yeah. But now I just have this. You want a comedy film? Here you go.
Oh.
I've taken a liking to the mice that are like opened, if that makes sense. They have like the hex holes question mark.
Oh.
Sort of like they're very light. I like them. Also, my hands are larger than the average, so like I have to not use smaller mice. It just doesn't work in my favor. I'm scared of buying these because what if I just end up... Does it anyway? Yeah, the problem is I don't want a million Christmas films, and I think I literally just got a million Christmas films. This song is a banger. I feel so old. Oh, it's worse. It's a bunch of Western films. Oh, God. I don't have space.
Oh.
Oh, come on. Joe, the keyboard that I linked, what was that based off of? You mentioned it before. Before you go. So I couldn't remember what you said. Because I know mine... Wait, I thought mine was a Commodore. Visitor library laboratory. God damn, I gotta run ads. Cam Nice Things. I'm restarting that song when we get back from the ads, because I don't know, it's a banger. I'm down. I'm down for it. Be right back. We gotta give Amazon more money than they deserve. SNES, that's what it was. It was the SNES. God damn it. I really wanted to see how that song ended with those visuals were really good. They did some really good visuals on that one. I was like, damn, I need to watch this in full. That's probably the best looking set of visuals we had so far.
Hey, Sabara!
You played scary movies on the store TVs. That's not my problem. Yeah, Christmas movie?
Wow.
The husband crime. Whoa. The appliance hacker. No! Please don't hack my toaster, please. Yeah, they should have like a car film genre. But I guess that just falls under action. A seat for our PC. What a real love story that is.
Compañero.
Phantom Patrol. Speaking of which, we have a bunch of copies of Phantom Patrol. It's time to start selling some, yeah? Yeah, what up? Yeah, you should feel terrible, and you're gonna pay the fine as well. Dude, this feels like when Halloween is over and they just sell like 1 billion bags of candy for like discounted prices. It's exactly what this feels like. Whenever I have to go through this entire like section of films and I have to be like, oh, we gotta sell this one and this one and this one. Yeah, we have 1 million billion copies of 13 Bodies. Unfortunately, you know, not everyone wanted to rent those out, so now we're gonna sell them. Damn, we don't have space for fantasy either, and I just took out 5 copies of Cronin. We still have so many Cronin copies, never mind. 2. 2 is fine. Okay, 3 is fine, I guess. Oh no, Die Trying isn't a new film anymore. It's gonna occupy the spaces. I'm putting them under new releases for now still.
Compañero.
The Monkey Corporation. Good film. Really just takes a jab at the corporate world. I'm thinking of putting a big shelf right here and just tossing a bunch of random films on it. But I feel like that's gonna mess up the organization, and she's just gonna start tossing random films on here. I don't know what else I'd put there. I don't want it to be one genre though. Unless I just move the Western films. Because we don't have that many, but we have enough to fill up that shelf. This could just be the Western shelf. That way, we can give more space to the police films. Wow. I guess this would also be Popo. God, action is still stacked. And we got rid of so many bad baxes. Oh, it's... Okay, well, that's why. Yeah, Die Trying is another one that we gotta start selling. I might need a second clearance bin. I don't really know how often they buy stuff, so... Not often enough. I do think we should be able to categorize one shelf as one film. I know it technically would be the new releases, but they do get mixed up sometimes, so... And we're about to get a new release again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. So wake me up before you go. Hey, you have movie film? Hey, what you're looking? Hey, what you're looking here? Yo, ghost man, how you doing? What the? Who done dropped that film? I'm making an executive decision right now. We're gonna start actually throwing these away. Hey, Easter vacation! Nice! Wait, these aren't broken. Oh, wait, this is broken. Broken. Okay, I don't think we have any actually missing films. Broken. Nice, man. Enjoy your Easter vacation. Are you in your new house place? Today or tomorrow? Oh, part of it will be for the move. Wednesday. Woo-hoo. New housing arc. So especially if you could do it per row of a shelf. Yes, exactly. So I could do like one film could be like these 2 rows, and then maybe like a different film in the middle and 2 rows again of another one. Wow, this feels weird that I'm just tossing them away. This is what I mean. I feel like I do hoard things, but there will come a time where I will just throw it all away, where I'm like, okay, that's enough of this. Too much. Pimple Face is the most recent film, right? Yeah. Oh boy, I wonder what we get tomorrow. That's cool, man. Happy for you. It's really cool. Right now, I want... What do you mean inspect object F? Okay. Right now, I'm just thinking about a PC, like a full-fledged new PC. That's gonna cost basically the price of a new computer at this point. Sorry, the price of a new house, not a computer. And I'm like, man. What looks the best for Western? Yeah, probably this. I mean, or just... If I could change this color scheme, this is perfect for Western as well. Western girl. I have a song stuck in my head, but I can't remember how it goes. I probably have it under, like... I wonder if it would be under here. It's not in English. That's what really makes it hard. This is also a bunch of bangers, but I think some of these are like the 2000s. No, actually, no. None of these look like 2000s. Here, add this to the 70s and 80s hits. Sandstorm by Darude. Yeah, it's like 1990s, right? I wonder what playlists I would have put that. Maybe here. There's one place I probably put it. It's here. We're waiting for it to like organize, even though I think she's done now. Just gives me a moment to see if I can find the song. I wonder how many of you know it. It might be well known. Where is it? I see the cover of it. The Polish cover. I guess I don't have it on this playlist. That freaking sucks. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Damn. Can't find it. Oh well. That one doesn't matter too much. I have it in playlist somewhere. It could be this. Actually, yes. That is it. But that's not the original. Oh man, it sounds so different. New movie! What is it? What is the new movie? It's gonna lower the volume, but first, new movie. I think this is Romanian normally. I think the original song is Romanian. And the new film. Terminator? Let's get 20 copies of Terminator. Holy moly. Okay, sci-fi. A movie about Daleks. Dalek. Oh, I have to buy one extra copy? I always forget. It has to be 21 copies, because enough for the full shelf, but enough to keep one limited edition for ourselves. And before it's a third limited edition. That would have been crazy. Open a store, but I'm gonna reorganize this. I'm gonna put it over here, and then I'm gonna go to here, and then I'm gonna grab this one. I don't know which film this was, but I'm gonna grab it. That was The Shining. And now we're gonna display Exterminate. Goodbye, The Shining. Yeah, that one's old now, you know? The Good, the Bad, and the Toaster.
Oh.
Woohoo! Alright, what films do we got? Magazine? Marine Stargazing. The One Baron Show. Hey. You know, a Christmas film to annoy your roommate.
Whoa.
This is Polish wedding party music for real.
Hey.
Right here. Phantom Patrol.
Wow.
Ore ore. Shabba dabba da amore. Sugar Rush Philosopher. Stupid. The Keg Living on Mars. Stupid and dumb. Any horror films, please? Marrying My Plant Pot. What the hell are these Leafeon's films doing? One Templar away. Hey, it's the 90s. Yeah, it's the 90s, so pay the fee. Stop pretending this is like the 2000s. How, oh, hey, man. Last movie you recommended was terrible. Could I get a good one this time? You have never asked me for a movie recommendation. You want a good movie recommendation? Wait, what if I just give him his own film? Yo, check this out. Your stream plus voice narration is perfect. Calm background noise. I'm glad you think so. Because it gets pretty dank sometimes. I'm like, man, is this what people want? Or do they just want a relaxed stream experience? Forward to the Past. No, I gave him more of his own series, dude. Hey. And that's just about the time she walked away from me.
Oh.
Turn the TV off, turn the TV off. No. Leave the TV on, leave the TV on. He's a scientist from Forward to the Past. Dude, he has his own franchise. Don't make me angry.
Oh.
Besides, Emmett is an antagonist in critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV, who later becomes not an antagonist, potentially, depending on how you believe it. The puppet's first love. Table for two with our skull. What? Tobacco boxing. We need more horror films. Ragey. The Monkey Corporation. Good film. No, not The Waitress's Eternal Love. We like that film, probably.
Hey.
Throw it in the trash. Hey, you want to die trying?
Ooh.
We're gonna need another shelf for romance soon, TM. Good lord. Yeah. Officer clocked out. That was an awfully hot coffee pot. Hey, pimple face.
Oh.
Say hello to my little friend. Was a PS5 Pro $900? Because in today's economy and ecosystem that we live in, we are meant to be screwed over. This is precisely why instead of getting a PS5 Pro or a new PC, you should get a house. Like a certain smart person in this chat, potentially. Just saying.
Oh.
So that's our third sci-fi release, I think. Die trying. No. Why do all the horror films break? Watch out here, I come. Think about it this way, Trog. If you have a PS5 Pro, you can just sell it for an unreasonable price. Not $900. But you can fluctuate the price to your favor on the Facebook Marketplace. Don't think I know anyone with a Facebook account in the year 2026 that is on the internet within the Twitch universe. People are scared to return in one piece. Yeah, you're right. What can I do for you? Last movie I returned was pretty bad, so you decided to not return it in time. How about you just stop pissing me off? All right, get going. Buddy, pissing me off, man. Don't want to hear it. Just pay and leave. Not that hard. Yo, Shy Sky. Been playing Retro Rewind since the last stream? Hell yeah, me too. I don't think I've streamed anything else. We've got a little bit of... we're gonna go daily streams of this game until the store anniversary. And after the store anniversary, it's gonna slow down. We're actually gonna pick up other video games. It's going to be Voices of the Void. Which basically, in translation, means that we're not going to be playing any other game for like 3 weeks. But Voices of the Void. Did you see that teleport and then just... Oh, she's grabbing it. I will never play TF2 on this Twitch channel. Absolutely. There are games that people have asked me to play on this channel that I have just... I straight up told them hell no. They were never playing this on stream. Left 4 Dead 2? Yes, I'll play it on stream. Absolutely. Left 4 Dead 1? Hell yeah. Hearthstone? Hell no. League of Legends? That's a maybe. If I hate myself enough. Left 4 Dead 2 and Left 4 Dead, yeah. You know that thing I've been planning with, like, people? Subnautica? Well, we have played Subnautica on this stream before. We've played Subnautica Before Zero all the way. And we've played Subnautica OG, but we played a mod of that game called the Red Plague. And so Subnautica will return with the Red Plague whenever that comes out. The third part. Metro Last Light. I have considered Metro. I've considered it. I like that a lot of people ask me to play shooters in this chat. It's extremely comedic, because I made it very clear how much I hate shooters. Sorry, chat. I'm not a ball and gun gamer. I do not play sports ball games. And I don't typically play shooters. Pokemon? Well, that would require a Switch 2, and I'm not buying a Switch 2. We still have to finish the Resident Evil franchise. I gotta just slow down. We played so many of the games back to back. I think we were in for a little bit of a break. I mean, I say a little bit, but Voices of Void can go for like 2 months. I can't wait for the new Subnautica now that things have supposedly gotten better with that. Apparently the OG like owner was given given the ownership back and like the lead. Pre-Switch. We've played a lot of pre-Switch Pokemon titles already. We went through a little bit of a Pokemon arc. We played some of the older ones. I haven't played Black and White yet, but I don't know if I will. Not because I don't want to, just that Pokemon is... I have to be in an extremely specific mood to play Pokemon, especially stream it. But I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I will never vote out a potential Pokemon marathon. I shan't vote it out. Yeah, it's somewhat back, yeah. Why is this even here? It's not even a new release anymore. Did I put it there and they didn't even grab it? Let's see. What games am I currently looking forward to? I mean, if I had to be real with you, nothing of upcoming games. I don't really care. I mean, Fatal Frame 2 is cool. Sound Hill Townfall, I'm probably gonna think is not that good. It never okay, let's try it again. It Never Ends, or IT Never Ends, sounds pretty cool. Inherited Shadows. These are all just horror games, I'm gonna be honest with you. Everything that I have to look forward to is horror games. There's a game called Thalassophobia coming out. What's up? Static Haunting. Yeah, I got you. Wake up! Man, you are fast. Thank you. I think. Cronin the Berserker. Boombaklop. Hello. Hi, I'd like to make a complaint about the name of your store. I find it offensive for a video store. Yeah, that's honestly, I don't know what you see wrong with my video store's name. I just don't understand.
Oh.
That was the second call we got about my store name, which I think is honestly fantastic. S tier store name. Pag. Pag Chomp.
Oh.
Oh, hello. What you want? What you want? Pimple face. Wow.
Ooh.
Whoa. The client is asking to see the manager. Hi, how can I help you? Your name is Scarlet. I swear the tape just stopped working halfway through the movie. It's not my fault it's broken. Scarlet, Scarlet, Scarlet. You're going to pay the fee. 15 random movies for 120. Intergalactic Cask. Oh yeah. Don't fact check this. Don't fact check it. God, what a banger. Dude. Hey. Hey, you're in the adult section looking for a kid's film. I'm calling the police.
Ooh.
Hey, I said don't! You're in big trouble, Joe the Lion. Hey, if I play this game long enough, we'll hit 1998, alright? Oh, the neon spaceship Viper. Why? Boobar? Fair. I was trying to find like a more retro theme of Fubar, but they all kind of sucked. Pay the quota. Fine. Hey.
Ooh.
What dude, what a banger. Seriously, I can't. Do I buy 15 random movies? I think I'm gonna do it. If I roll higher than a 10, I'm buying them. Alright. What do you got? Flaming hot stepbrother. Oh, scientist in his bathtub. Whoa. Wait, this looks so different. Dancing with my magician. What's good? Pimple face. Then we're sold out, lady. Hold up. Oh, bollocks. Wait, oh god. Yachtzilla. Sorry, lady, one sec. Oh, here.
Ooh.
Full throttle yacht. Not the... Oh, God. Pay the quarter fund.
Oh.
The Gumball's true lover. The Paladin... the Paladin Labyrinth. Okay. What? The lady who asked me for pimple face. Or the dude. Whatever. Cringe. Cringe.
Hi.
Be right there. Oh. And they didn't even need me. Dude, stop. Why do they keep doing this? What is their problem, man? Morty. Die trying. I'm gonna start selling some of those die tryings. Yo. All right. We have reached a problem point with the drama films. Let's see, The Color Violet. How many copies do we have? 3. Where is Rain Woman? Wait, we only have 1 copy of Rain Woman? 2. 3. Okay. Dude, it's just banger after banger. Maybe I'd do a thin shelf here or something. Lemon. Oh no, I can't. Oh no. Okay, that'll do. I can't find any empty action or mixed shelves. What? How? Oh my god, dude. Where did she put it? We've reached a really scary point of the game, man. I don't have space. Where did she put it anyway? Oh. That's good that that broke. Let us shoot for a minute, forgive me. Unbelievable. Banned. Oh, it's still decay, I understand. I understand. Wow. Dude, we need more shelves. We've gotten to that point. I thought that the horror genre would be the problem, but you know, considering it has its own section. I don't know what to do. Sci-fi is surviving, but yo, sci-fi has 4 shelves. We need another action shelf. Or I just start bringing out, like, I mean... How many jumbo manhunts do we have? 2? 3, 4, 5. 5 jumbo manhunts. So we keep 1. And the rest go in the back. Romance? Wait. Oh, God. I don't know if I can fit the thin shelf there. Oh my god, I could. Let's go! So I found out that she just puts them on the side here if there's no space. That's good. Oh. Done organizing. Summer, day 18. Mixed films. Any horror films? Anything? No. Unfortunate. Morning. Wait, take this. Go to my store. Movies give me headaches. Okay. That's fair, I guess.
Oh.
What? You want a raise? A $4 raise. Sure. I mean, Taylor is... hey, whoa. You can't go back there. Whoa. Taylor's OP. I feel like I just... I have no reason to say no. You want a bad movie? This is DiCaprio and He-Man and Bob Ross.
Ow.
A really crazy trio. Who's this? What's up? You want a good film?
Oh.
Oh, no. That one also needs to be refilled. Oh my god, bro. And then you're gonna ask for a raise like tomorrow, I know it. One of our limited edition exterminates broke. That's crazy. We have that on display, right? Yep. Wonder how much they charge? I feel like the broken fee is still 20 bucks. But it's limited edition, it's crazy. Should be like $40. A new release. Try this one. Hey, got a few movies at home. Yeah, give me the movies. What do we got? I see a horror film, I'm hype. So we got The Siege on the Giant Mailman. We actually have this already. But that's okay. Gas Mask at Light Speed. Big Zombie Payoff. Well, this is poorly rated, but that's okay, we'll take it. Play the game to the point where you're paying your employees $200 an hour. I don't even know if we can earn that much an hour. Ooh, a new scientist film. Sweet. His cake. What do they mean by that? You want a good police film?
Oh.
We haven't gotten like a... We only got The Phantom Patrol. That's like the only comedy film we got so far. Speaking of which, we're gonna sell some copies. I feel like we can still put signs up here. They're not new releases anymore, but it's just cool for the display. Otherwise, it just feels so empty. Pay the quarter fine. What else do I want to display? Let's do this one. Paladin clocked out. Ooh. Pay the quarter fine. Customer loyalty doesn't mean much here. You know what, Nicholas? I can't even tell the last time you were here. Talk about loyalty.
Hey.
Actually, I think this should be in the middle because it's different. Hey. You want an old drama film? Yeah. Old drama film.
Oh.
Every time someone asks for an old drama film, we just end up giving them the Jester one. Steven left me for the Jester. I have to run ads. We'll be right back after this short commercial break. Gives me one because I gotta go piss anyway. BRB! Banger. Whoa. Another banger. Lexi, what's up? What's good? What's good? Yes. The woman comedian. Oh yeah. Top sip. RoboCop soda. Oh, sorry, TurboCop. Intergalactic. Any new applicants? Nobody good. Nobody good. Like the visualizer? Yeah. I mean, what the hell, bro? I'm just staring at a wall. Alright, you do you. I like the thing that Joe sent me a lot. But it's actually really convenient for me to take those 3-minute breaks to stand up, stretch, and get some water or something. Except, the visualizer, like, grabs my attention, especially with a banger song. So sometimes I just sit there and watch, and I'm like, damn it, the ads are almost over. What do I do? We got the cash. Let's just buy these. Oh god. It'd be too dank. I love the visuals. Sweet race car. Fun stuffed toy. You will die. Operation Smoke Hero. Are you serious? How did we run out of space again? This is crazy. Okay. Well, this is already answering my question. How many of these do we have? These damn Die-Hard copies. Can't find any empty shelves for the Western? I'm starting to regret making this a horror-only section. I feel like this could have been, like... Oh. I'm thinking of just making a mixed shelf somewhere. Or what other thing can go with kids and Christmas? I mean, I could do a little silly. A little bit of a silly thing here. Alright? Hold on. How many shelves can I fit? A half shelf. Domain expansion. No space. Where will the plank get lost in now? God, you're right. In New York. She's gonna get lost in New York. Whoa. Boom, look at that. More action. Holy. Oh, this should have been like a new release shelf. That's okay. Comedy. Comedy gold. That's for the action. Now, what do I do about the Western? I also don't really know what to put up front now. Now that we have this. This should have been a new release. How much space is there here? Not enough. It would just be one. Getting lost there as a teen, you know, like in the books, they would just get lost. To a degree, yeah, like... I always fantasize how it would be to get lost in somewhere like... Not in a devastating way, but... I had a recurring dream where I was walking down an endless hallway with a bunch of random pictures on the walls, but nothing else. The floor was like this, but, you know, black and white. Just, but like this is almost the texture that you saw on it. And I was like, dude, it'd be so cool to get lost in something like that. So I'm trying to think of what I can do to get more space and shelves without like expanding too much, because how much further can I really push this? It would be too like claustrophobic if I do that, you know? I suppose I can add some more half shelves. Can't do it here. Even if I do that though, this is just gonna be for the same genres. We need to think of a way to get Western films some space. This will just be action, probably. We'll need more for fantasy soon too, man. Yeah, I think we need one more room in the update. Or in an update. We need one more room. Honestly, this from B. Just make another small but wide room right here. Because if I can just push back the aisles a little bit more, I would be able to fit another, like, section off the wall. If I did push this, let's just say that I made the change and actually move these up a little bit. Can I fit a small... I'm gonna theorize. What if I did this? It would be really awkward. But I mean, I could. It would look too weird, though. Not sure I'm a fan of you walking in and there just being an aisle in the way, so maybe we don't move this one. Yeah, I definitely need to move this, like, one more. Like, a little bit. A little bit. Because then I could do this. It'll feel a little more cramped. Oh wait, this does have to be moved up one. What am I doing? This is for here. I always wanted to get lost in Tokyo. But, you know, that was... It's in, like, high school. I mean, in high school, it was Akihabara. Go to the night cafe. You know what? My vibes of today would be going to like a cafe on a rainy day. For sure. I mean, I could literally do that. I just haven't. I don't know why. I did the Lost in Tokyo thing at 30. Akihabara definitely felt like an experience. I missed the window for. Why? Like, it didn't hit as much, as hard? Became too old and not weeb enough as I was in my younger years. Dude, that's... Oh, that's not what I wanted to buy. That's actually what I'm concerned it would be for... be like for me. Because I've lost those weeb feels. Like, I don't really care for much anime anymore. Comparatively. Really? Oh, dude, I heard that the cafe was sick. The Monster Hunter Cafe. But did you enjoy your experience in Japan in general, or do you just feel like it was whatever? You feel like you would have enjoyed it when you were younger? Oh, you love the rest of Japan. Yeah, I feel like now, if I was to go to Japan, it would be like... I've said it before, but just... You know, the... Like, Kyoto... Mostly, like, countryside Japan. I go back literally just for the food? Yeah, it's pretty fair. The Japan trip for 2026 died in the group chat. Dude. In this economy... Yeah, the trains, yeah. I'd still probably do a Japan trip. I do think I wouldn't care so much about the weeby stuff as well. This isn't too bad, right? This looks okay. Like, I can imagine this being there at the store. I mean, it's a little more cramped here, like claustrophobic. I suppose I can move it back a smidge. I'm scared that I won't be able to... Oh, that's good. Oh. Okay. Let's do that. Like, there's this 5-star train that's really, really inclusive. The one that gives you, like, these really good meals, right? It's, like, insane. Every second building in Akihabara is pretty much dedicated to... Yeah, I did hear that it's very, That's not for me. I don't need the adult stores. I'm good. You know, for now we're just gonna... Let's get a new release shelf. Is it 4 rows? Yes. I requested all of July off for this Japan trip, and now I got nothing. Oof. Okay, that does suck. Yeah, that's brutal, man. If you take time off and it doesn't happen, that does suck. Oh, right. We have a bunch of movies. Happy Mushroom. Damn. Oh no, we still need a drama section. There's no space. Not for another drama section. And a fantasy section. But we're doing it. We're getting some more space. It's not too bad. So what are you gonna do now for all of July? Dude, just go to Japan on your own. Tim and John? We finally know their names! Tim and John! No way! We finally learned their names. Damn, so now we know who Tim is and why his room is a mess in the horror genre. I don't know, everyone said they don't want to do anything in July because it's hot. Snake the Desert Star. Dude, that sucks. I'd be pissed. But I know it all too well. When, like... Where are the milk weights? You plan something, it doesn't go through, you took, like, time off. And now you're just sitting at home for an entire month, doing nothing, just watching TV. Or Twitch streams. Man. Cigarette impersonating Santa. What the? I forgot my birthday's in the start of July as well? Bruh. Ghost them all. I mean, I can't say much. My friends and I have been trying to plan stuff for a long time. point in my life, I make my friends aligned to my activities, or else no one would do anything. Yeah, it's kind of similar here. Except for my friends, it's like we're a little bit split apart in location now, as opposed to like years ago. So like,
Wow.
hey, what's up? Ah, damn it! Go to my store.
Oh.
Dude, stop breaking the horror films, even if they suck. Stop it. Yeah, no, it's very hard to get my friends together nowadays. It's usually like I'll hang out with one.
Ah.
No one's, first of all, those who live close, our schedules just do not align. At all. One works like later hours, one works like early in the morning. It's very, very difficult to make that work. Sheriff Foot. Why is it so highly rated, man? Come on, pimple face. Here you go.
Oh.
Beat. What time is it? It is 5:34. 17:34. Normally right about now we'd be done with stream, but
Hey.
this game is very enjoyable.
Oh.
Typically I go for as long as I can before I get hungry. Well, once I get hungry is the moment that I'm like, all right guys, we're winding down. Because when I get hungry, I don't think about anything else. It's the same with like when I'm tired. If I'm tired or hungry, I don't think about anything else. Nothing else matters in my peripheral vision except for getting a nice meal. Or a nap. I don't nap though, because naps hurt. I do not be napping. 10 p.m. for me? Yep. I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh, pimple face.
Oh.
Never been able to nap myself when I was younger, like in maybe like before high school. I'd say middle school. Yeah, I was able to nap after classes. But now it's like, dude, any nap length that I take it's horrible. I wake up feeling worse. No matter how long, how short, it doesn't work. It's bad. Can't do it.
Ooh.
I think the only exception where I might feel a little bit better from a nap is if I slept like 2 hours that day. Then yeah, it would help, but I'd still feel like groggy and angry. Because obviously a nap won't save me from terrible sleep to that degree. I can even go to sleep in a short time. Yeah, that's also true. I don't fall asleep very quickly.
こんばんよ
It's a very good point. Takes me a hot minute, unless I take like pills or something, but I'm not about that. We only have a couple more days in game, and then we're on the final year, or the first full year of the storm.
Ooh.
How many streams did it take you? That's a good question. Is this our... When did we get this game? I'm loading up the page to figure that out.
Oh.
So we got... I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've played 8 streams of this video game. Till Uncle do us part. What?
Oh.
But once we're done with this game for the time being, I don't know when it will happen. It might be the next stream. It might be in 2 streams still. When we get to that point, we probably won't bring it back for a minute. That is why we're enjoying it while we can. Because this is not a game that I would repeat very often. Being that Voices of Void is one of my favorite games to both stream and play. Last time I played it was in October.
Hey.
But to be fair to that game, you know, like, we play it for like 2 months in a row with no games in between half the time. Beyond like Community Wednesdays when they were still a thing. So it makes sense to have big gaps in between. It's just, yeah. Hi. You want a new release? Well, lady, I think all of the new releases are currently rented out. When did this song release? This is not the... Is this the 80s? No way. I don't even think this is the 90s. This is like the beginning of like... 2005. What the hell, man? But does I end up here because of Glub? Yeah, Glub. Do you have a spooky movie? Dude, just for you, man, I do have a spooky movie. What do you think about... Dude, I have an entire section for spooky movies. Every other film has like 3 maximum, maybe like 3.5 shelves. Beyond like sci-fi has like some larger ones. I have a whole horror section. Dude, what do you think about... Boom! The skeleton lurking in the field. 4 stars. Pretty good. Pretty good. Do you have Cars 3, but not Blu-ray? I don't have a Blu-ray player. Only normal CD. CD! This is a VHS store. I don't know what you're talking about. What is a CD? What is that? What is a CD? Phoneland? Uh-oh. You away from home? CD's nuts. I don't know what that means. This is 1991, and Madonna doesn't even play the song yet. Okay? This is 1991. No, but your kids are gonna love it. Your kids are gonna love it. Oh god, oh god. What do you think, like, what crazy tech is gonna come out if we have kids? We're gonna be old and they're gonna have, like, embedded cyber chips into their, like, necks. Neuralinks, yeah. 3D printed AI girlfriends. Maybe it's a good idea to just not have new generations. Because I don't know how I would feel if I had a kid that just... Ugh. Are you winning, son? Yeah, Dad. I just got married. You did? How? You don't even leave the house. Meet my wife. Looks at her. AI cat girl. Oh. That's great, sport. Complete breakdown of society. Yo, +1. Agreed. We're already basically on the way there. Some kind of hoop one could propel along the street with a stick. Oh. Whoa. Summer Christmas. Are we for real? Do you think this is a joke, dude? Summer Christmas. Cause I'm not laughing. I'm not about whatever's going on here. I want the 90s before we had cell phones and we had to use a map to drive on vacation. Dude, oh my god, the maps. I mean, aesthetically, the 90s are sort of coming back. Like, you know, there's the The Z Flip. They bring back flip phones, but like modernized. A lot of music of today is inspired by 90s hits and like vibes. I mean, people are literally covering like early 90s and 2000s songs.
Oh.
Spring Autumn was better, I agree. Spring Halloween. Dude, you really just had to play it right then and there. Yo, Joe from Blue's Clues. Here you go, man.
Oh.
Australians. My ears. Hey, what's up, man? You want a new release?
Oh.
Oof. It's not a new release anymore. No. A romance film?
Ooh.
Damn it, I need a new release. Terminator. Damn, she's going through it in there.
Oh.
Sup? What seems to be the issue here? You think I broke your movie? How dare you accuse me of my vandalism? This fee is unacceptable. Well, ma'am, normally I'd make some exceptions because you have a really cool hat, but you're blonde. Plus ratio. Is there a Thanksgiving horror movie? Actually, there might be. Oh no, it's like pumpkin. No, there's no like turkey. No, not really. Nothing of the sort, not yet. I don't think there's any Thanksgiving film. There's not even a Thanksgiving event. Old romance film. Can't even think of a romance film off the top of my head.
Whoa!
Gobbler attacks. A Dog's Purpose. I just think of like Titanic. Is there any other? Are there any other like romance films? I can't believe we don't have 1,000 films yet. We're still at that point where we. Oh, it's fun. 50 Dates with Adam Sandler. What? What's that? Did we never even got like a specific romance genre new release. Nope, that's a bad one.
Oh.
Romance is dead. Chivalry's dead. Chivalry's dead, but you're still kinda cute. Exterminate.
Ooh.
No one even goes back here. They look at these shelves first, so they completely ignore the gigantic back shelf of horror films. Unbelievable. That's literally where all the new films are, too. Literally all of the new, except for this. Exterminate. 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 Who's calling?
Tractor, yes.
Bowling and laser tag wore me out today. Damn, bowling is so fun. My favorite thing to do is go bowling with people. That have never gone bowling before. And I've told the story before, but I was friends with a lot of people that were just really good at bowling. They were on the bowling team. So I got good because I played like every summer with them.
Wow.
So now whenever I go bowling with people, they're like, oh boy, I can't wait to play some bowling and you're gonna get wrecked. You know, I think I'm pretty good at bowling. So it's like, strike, 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 spare, strike. And they're like, what the?
Oh.
Have you counted how many movies you have yet? Hell no. I'm not counting all this. So way too much. I also don't know if duped movies count. This song is so weird. I don't understand. Why is Robert De Niro waiting? You got a turkey today? I want a turkey. This is a bad film. Trashes it. Way to rickroll everyone. Yeah, dude. Oh god, we're all so pissed about it, right? Everyone be mad in chat right now that you got rickrolled. If you charge me, I will never come back. Alright. Bye. Dude, you know the rules. And so do I. Santa's Paladin's coming to town. The Soldier's Burning Point. Now that's cool. The Toymaker's Buffalo. Visitor Burnout Reel. Picnic with My Gumball. Lady Gangsters. Ooh, yeah, dude, that sounds like a good film. That sounds like a really cool film, actually. I've been watching too much Grimmy. I can tell I'm getting her mannerisms. Mannerisms? My speech patterns, my reactions. She doesn't even do that much anymore. I don't think. Maybe she does. I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about this split end for the Western films, but we had to make more room somewhere, so it is what it is. It's a little cramped over here. Good night, Toast Boy. Not tomorrow. I do not stream on the weekends, so I will see you on Monday, my friend. Have a good weekend, bro. Lady Gangsters. He shot a guy in game. There's a couple of instances where I really wish I was able to do that. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I wonder how many profits we've lost because she really doesn't super sort things that fast. Even if I rush her, she doesn't get it done that quickly. Also, her pathing is a little weird. I would assume it's not too bad, but, you know, it's still there. It's an instance of, if I was helping, we would probably rent out. Actually, no, because there's always a limited amount of customers we get. So, no, that is not true. Employee reviews. There's some stuff I feel like they do need to add. A good amount of them are... a good amount of them are in the works. It's a work in progress. They will happen, though. Do you notice the employees being much faster when you tell them to work faster? Yes. I mean, typically I only make Emma work faster. But yeah, when you tell them to work faster, they do. It's mostly when she's actually stacking stuff on the shelves, though. She's already a fast mover. I don't think she can move any faster than she does. Because she's already turbo speed by default. Taylor is slower. But Taylor doesn't have to move. I mean, the thing is, because she has the stat, her stat is fast at return station, which just gives her more movement speed. I think if I got an applicant who was, oh look, exactly, a return station fast, but also a runner, you would see a drastic difference there. But there's no reason to replace these two unless I find someone that has better gameplay traits with a fast stat. So until I find someone in the return station that is fast, but also has maybe not loyal. I think loyal's dumb. I don't even mind strong immune system. I think for a runner, for someone that's in the return station, I would want the runner trait, strong bladder, probably thick-skinned. Maybe energetic as well. That's what makes Taylor so OP. She has like the perfect stats for her role. She's fast at her role, but she has strong bladder, energetic, and thick-skinned. The only thing she's missing is if I were to replace any of these, I'd probably replace thick-skinned with no one has it, but it's a stat that like doesn't deal with deals better with people, the customers who show up and they're like, oh, I'm not gonna pay this. Better with like customer dissatisfaction, I guess. No, not thick-skinned, because thick-skinned is just does not quit when yelled at to work faster. I don't even mind that one too much. I could do a tier list easily of like which ones I think are better off of what I've experienced. But one of our first employees had the skill that was like better with dealing with clients, customers, and that was really good. This guy right here, Michael, he has all of the things that I don't care about. He has loyal, strong immune system, and thick-skinned. They take a sick day like once a month. So fine. I don't care about the raise. If you want to ask for a raise, go for it. Thick-skinned is just like... I only do it when they fall asleep, to be honest. I'd rather have them never fall asleep, never take bathroom breaks, and whatever they have for their role. So runner, and the one to like deal with clients, customers, better. And then obviously the fast trait or the fast ranking for their specific role. I'm gonna let her do her thing, but I have to run ads, which is really comedic because I think we're gonna be done after this anyway, but we'll be right back after these ads. Dude, that last one was so trippy. That last one was so trippy. Oh my god. We did it. I got the achievement. Own 1,000 movies in your inventory. Ladies and gentlemen. The movie empire. Which means we have officially acquired every achievement for this video game. Is that correct? Yup. The final one that we needed. GG's. And just in time, because we're probably gonna call it for today. So, thanks for hanging out, gamers. Let me get some music going. I need to pick a song to forever have as an outro. And then I'm going to make a proper outro sequence. Anyways, thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate it. Hope everyone has a good weekend. If I'm not mistaken, this is Easter weekend, yeah? Or is it not yet? No, not yet. Next week. I was like, is it already Easter time? Jeez. No. Next week. So, you guys have a good weekend. I'll be back on Monday. Thank you for hanging out. Big GGs. Be sure to follow. Yeah, very much mistaken. Oops. Be sure to follow my socials. Join the Discord now. Don't sweat. I greatly appreciate it. Monday, we will do probably one more stream of this game because we're going to get to the 1 year anniversary. We only have just about a week in game. The plan is probably going to be to just do the autumn of... We're going to do a normal length stream, is basically what I'm saying. So we'll do the anniversary, and then we'll continue for the 2 weeks that we can fit into the stream. Yeah, I think that's it. That's pretty much it. And then this game will probably go to the back burner for a while. And we will either do Resident Evil Revelations, or we will the return of Voices of the Void. I don't know which one it will be. But I've been itching for some Voices of Void, which means that's what you should expect. Anyways, GG's. Have a good weekend. See you guys Monday. Take care out there. And I'll see you later. I'm just looking at a raid target. I'm not going to raid Raccoon Chill Zone again. So I think it's just going to be a split angle. Everyone just go scattered today. Yep. GG's. Scatterday. Peace.